And I see you. Room. Mm, mm, mm. 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 Mm, 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 mm. Hello.
Good morning.
Welcome back. I was eating breakfast at Wawa.
Nice.
So, how was your week, Rami Kutene?
My week was quite adventurous.
Huh? Oh.
Good morning, Don. Good morning, Hiram.
Good morning, guys.
Morning, Don.
How you, Rami?
I'm a generally happy fellow. That is my disposition from a very young age.
You just look cross. How you, Hiro?
How am I?
Are you awoke and thinking clearly?
Ooh, I am. I woke. I never needed to wake up because I was awake all night.
Oh, another all-nighter?
2 weeks in a row.
Wow. Mm.
Wow. Your hair is what did you do? Nice hair. Oh, that's your glasses. Oh.
Yeah. Don't you love that about male hair?
You can just run your fingers through it and it's ready to go. Or throw some glasses on it.
Yeah.
See, look at it. Looks like you're ready to drive a motorcycle. Where you going, Hiro?
Mm. Where should I go? Lake Eola, maybe?
What's Lake Eola?
That is Orlando's Central Park.
No. Hmm.
Well, I'm gonna be in your neck of the woods next weekend. So hopefully I get to see you and your wife and your babies, Rami.
Sure. Let me figure out how to make that work.
Okay. I don't mind coming. I don't know where you are. I'm gonna be staying. Let's see, where am I staying? I don't even know where I'm staying. Let me see where I'm staying. I'm staying at the Hilton. And it's Quadrangle Boulevard.
Research Park?
It's a Hampton Inn.
Yes. Off Alafaya, you'll be not too far from the University of Central Florida.
Yeah, that's what it says, UCF area.
Mhm.
So
Hmm.
that's what 20 minutes from you guys or whatever. Close 10, 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, yeah, I would zip up Goldenrod and then take the 408 to dump out onto into Research Park, actually, is where the 408 terminates, not too far from Quadrangle, and then zip back over to Alafaya from there. That'd be about a 20-minute drive. In fact, I can find out specifically.
Ah, okay. Yeah, so yeah, I'm coming to visit, see you guys. I'll see my sister as well. And Hyra was talking about us having a live meetup on that Saturday morning at like a Panera or something.
Let me see. There is a Panera on University Boulevard. So yeah. Well, is it still there? I think it's still there.
Hmm.
The difficulty is I don't know if we'd be able to do it online if we do wake up and think clearly online at Panera. And the only reason why I mention that is the background music. I don't know that we'd be able to live stream without getting a copyright strike.
Oh, is it the music is loud there?
Well, it can be. The
Mm.
trouble that Panera is probably the oldest Panera in the Orlando area. And I remember it going all the way back to the 1990s when you would get Vivaldi disease, which is what I would call what happens when you stay at Panera too long. The Four Seasons.
The Vivaldi, would you call it the oldie disease?
Vivaldi,
Vivaldi.
because they would just play Vivaldi's Four Seasons on loop, and it would get under your skin eventually. I mean, I don't have a problem with it, but I'll start like it'll get into my head, and then several hours later, I might still be. I am precisely 20 minutes from the hotel you'll be staying at, with light traffic.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. And you're not far from Hyro, right?
Hyro, it depends because he moves around a bit. I'm slightly more stationary having children.
Yes.
Although this week I've been doing so much driving. I've gone to Lake Mary at least twice, possibly 3 times.
Wow.
I think twice. I think only twice. But I've been to Pine Hills twice, and I drove along John Young Parkway. John Young was a Gemini program astronaut, and he was also the commander to the very first space shuttle flight.
Mm.
And I drove by the Walmart at John Young Parkway and Columbia Street. Columbia was the very first space shuttle launched in 1981 that John Young was the commander to. I'd previously met Robert Crippen, who was the pilot on that first flight. I met him back in 1995. And then, of course, the Columbia is the space shuttle which broke up in 2003, taking 7 astronauts. The second batch of 7. That was an international team. It wasn't merely Americans because we had. I know Joe McCool. I remember that was the first flight that had an Israeli national on board. Challenger, the 1986 disaster, was the one that had the school teacher. I remember I was overseas and I watched that video again and again and again back in Saudi Arabia. Whenever the censors had released it, it was probably the same day. I just remember watching that on loop. And then I also remember, because we had come back to the United States to live here in Orlando after that fact, I remember watching the space shuttle take off again for the first time in either 88 or 89.
Mm,
Yes.
wow. You got a lot of history with that area and with the space shuttles.
Not so on the opposite end of University Boulevard, closer to UCF is where the Panera is. It's not a black-eyed pea or black-eyed bean anymore. Black-eyed, no, what was it called? It was called the Village Inn. Is that it? It had a couple different names, but on the inside of it was a mural, and on the mural were orange groves, a space shuttle, and an old-timey general store with an omnibus on rails with a donkey towing the omnibus, because this was a representation of a photograph that was taken before the time of the automobile.
Mm.
And and then hanging out, I had a copy of the picture for a while. It got tossed after I moved out, unfortunately, but painted on the top part of the old-timey general store said WM period, which is short for Wilhelm Grimm, who was a fellow who came over from Austria. And where did they dump people who came through to immigrate to America from Europe at that time, who were of that place? Southern Ohio.
Really?
And he heard that there was some opportunities down on the Florida Peninsula. Florida had joined the Union in the mid-1830s, and this was sometime probably in the 1860s. So he came down and he settled in a little colony called Jernigan, based on the guy who had settled the very first. I don't know if he was the very first, but he certainly wasn't the first man to travel that land. But he got himself established there, and a town built up around him. And Wilhelm, he set up the first, if not the first longest lasting one, because he ran it from the 1860s to the 1890s. And by the 1890s, there were 30 stores. 30 stores, but his was known for its longevity. And in 1875, they decided to rename Jernigan, the settlement of Jernigan, Orlando. Yeah. And that man, Wilhelm Grimm, was my great grandfather through my mother's side.
Wow. I was not expecting that surprise ending. Wow.
Yes.
And that was, and who did that picture, or who did that mural?
I don't know who did the mural. I just knew where it was. I don't even know if the building still exists.
Ah.
It's like half the companies I've ever worked for, either while I was working for them or after I was working for them, or both, changed names in the process.
Yeah.
The hospital I was born in the county seat to the county that's in the geographical center of the state, was torn down, and then they replaced it with a new one. So if you like, this morning we could make today's topic about impermanence.
You said temperament?
Impermanence.
Impermanence, yes. Isn't that the way it is in real life?
Yeah.
Everything is temporary, it seems.
Well, that's why I take great comfort in the idea of the unmoved mover, because even if change is the quote unquote constant, and all events, ideas, thoughts, manifestations, every object within reality is just here and then gone. We're mist. What are we? We're like vapors ourselves. What is your life but a vapor? Said James, Jesus' half brother.
I agree. I feel like that's what my journey has brought me to understand, is that the one constant is change. And that's the one thing that we humans seem to have the most problem with, is change. And as I begin to, I guess, wake up and my eyes begin to open, I realize that we spend a lot of time in resistance to what is. And I
Yeah.
see it in myself. And I see that I cause a lot of my stress by resisting what is. I didn't want it like that. It's not supposed to be like that. But I was programmed to believe that you can make everything happen the way you want. I thought that's what I was told. That's how I was shown things. And I spent a lot of my life thinking that's what I was doing. But I wasn't doing that at all. I was making a mess.
Yeah,
So
that
yeah.
can operate on a grand scale. The federal government of the United States of America has something called COG, con continue continuity of government, meaning, and this was, I think, developed in the 20th century, the idea that even if you were to obliterate the earth with nuclear weapons, you would still keep Congress alive, and the and the judiciary and the executive. They plan these things out, and I don't know that the American people would care or even listen to their government anymore after that point.
Absolutely. But that's the insanity of it all,
Right.
that we have created these things that, they're too big to fail. They can't die. They have
Yes.
to survive forever. No, actually, they're trying to convince us that's how it has to be. So we will constantly have their crap shoved down our throat. And in reality, I'm tired of your crap. I'm tired of my crap. As a matter of fact. And the universe is tired of it too. And so it's making changes, and we better get on board.
What does that mean?
Which part?
Get on board.
Get on board with seeing what is changing before us, what is happening, so that we can embody it. Why do I say that? I wonder, because that just came out of me. So that we can embody it, so that we can embrace the evolution. That's what it feels like. That everything is evolving. Everything that is uh, a part of this realm is in a constant state of evolving, and I think it can devolve,
Yeah.
or it can evolve. And
Right.
one is, I believe, like an upward progression, and the other is a downward. And I think for a while we were devolving, but some things have changed recently, and I feel evolving and evolution has has started, and we're churning upward. It feels like the vibration is lighter.
Right. Yes, indeed.
Hmm. So how do we know that there is change?
Me, it's a given.
Hmm?
Observation.
Through observation.
some of us can feel it as well. And more people are embracing that reality as well. They're not shunning it or afraid of it or calling it witchcraft and all that sort of stuff anymore. Because actually, I didn't know I was allowed to. I was programmed to think of it in a negative light, and therefore I never explored it. And when I discovered it in myself, I was afraid of it and tried to hide it because I didn't want to burn in hell and I didn't want to be ostracized from the society. So I was afraid of it. But now I embrace it because I realized that I didn't cause it to happen. It just is. And also it is an indication of a oneness with this realm that I was also in resistance to. And now I feel more harmonious. Like I can choose to be harmonious with the universe as opposed to always in conflict with what's going on around me. So I feel a vibration. I feel it in my fingertips. I feel it through my body. And it's lighter than it used to be.
So how do we know that something is changing?
By the results of its pattern. So I would say I can see, for example, that during the beginning of the pandemic and down into 1 year of it starting, I
Mm.
could tell that things were changing because I could see it. Like Rami said, you can observe it. I could see it in my environment. I could see it in the way people were behaving towards each other. So observation, we can feel it. What's another way that we can know that there's change?
Well, we can study history.
Yeah.
I feel oftentimes that my job is to create space where there is no space. And I think that's probably a shared mission in this group. At least when I think of what Jairo has done, consciously or otherwise, he's created this space in which we can consider any and all ideas.
Yes.
And the criticism or the argument when it comes to giving the reference to time or history is that the more things change, the more they stay the same. Now, you could relate that to the Chinese Book of Changes, the I Ching, wherein the idea of time exists in recurrent patterns. Well, okay, maybe that is the case. And I think the Chinese also have a program where you can have a dinner book where I don't know how many years it goes on for, but you could have a new thing to eat every night for dinner, 365 days a year. I don't know for how many years. and it would be different each time, or at least somewhat modified, so that by the time you ended the book and then would have to start back over, hypothetically, maybe at that point you wouldn't need the book. You would, maybe even before you got to the end of the book, you would have grown tired of the new things and just gone back to the stuff that you liked. Or maybe you wouldn't need the book anymore because inside of you would be the desire to experiment and to come up with your own new sort of plans. But imagine sticking with the book all the way through and only having to read it once. And then if you never had, maybe you would turn back and reference to the book, to the cookbook again. Oh, how did I do that? How did that go again? perhaps you come up with completely new recipes that weren't even written down in the original work that was refined over who knows how long and by how many chefs over time.
But how is it that the more things change, the more they remain the same?
Right.
How can that be? It does not compute.
The
It's
idea of eternal recurrence.
illogical.
Well, I think that it refers to our what we are at its core, or what we are at the base of our being. Because the only thing that's changing is our perspective, or the words we're using, the names we're calling things. There's this realm is it has a structure to it. So we dream up everything. And anything that seems like it is beyond our realm is really not. It's just a dream, because this construct, this system has it's enclosed. So it's an illusion in many times. So that's why they say the more things change, the more it really is the same, because all ideas of change, I believe, is an illusion.
What
Why do
if
I say that? Go ahead, Howard.
change does not exist in and of itself? Does not exist.
That's what I'm pointing.
Change exists in the mind of the observer.
Yes.
For example, when the sun comes up from the horizon, that transition for the observer seems to be a phenomena of change, because it goes from dark to bright. But in essence, there was no change. It was only the planets going about their business as usual. In that case, they're not really changing. They're not willfully, intentionally doing any change. They're just being effortless. But to the observer, it looks as though there has been a change. But since the motion of the heavenly bodies are constant and there's no energy inputted to the planets to make that change happen, it's effortless and energyless, and therefore there is really no change involved.
Well, energy is literally an expression of two ends. On one end of energy is potential, and on the other end of energy is kinetic. And energies influence energies. And I think what you were describing there was the utilization of science, for instance, in the time of Copernicus, was it? Or there's the heliocentric view versus the Earth Center view, wherein there was a shift in the predominant narrative. We are not logic processing machines. Well, first of all, we are not machines. We are human beings, which is so much greater than machines. All machines, in essence, are compoundings of what are essentially 6 basic machines. And if anyone would like to introduce a 7th machine, I would be all ears, and eyes, and I would want to touch and to understand, to really grok it with my mind, this new 7th machine. But all things are compoundings of what are essentially 6 basic machines. But that was a diversion, a sidetrack. The key point there is that we are story in a really loose reductivist way that doesn't quite capture the whole idea, but we are story processing beings. So for a while we thought that the Earth was a dome, and then we moved away from the story that says that it's a sort of a flattened place that exists traveling on the back of a turtle, to considering the Earth as a sphere. But this was also happening while another sort of story went from saying that the sun revolved around the Earth revolving around the sun. And it was only in the 20th century that we came to understand that not only is our sun revolving around a galactic center, but we exist within a galaxy amongst other galaxies. And I like one of my earliest studies, going back even to high school. A few different people wrote on the ideas of the limits upon human understanding. We can be so danged, or damned would be a better word, proud of our own understanding. And yet, if you speak to anyone who is at the top of their game and at the end of human knowledge, they'll come back and simply say, well, that has merely clued me into the fact that what I know in comparison to what is unknown is infinitesimally small. Good morning, Joel.
Nice, Rami. There's 2 Venchis here, and one Venchi is is it Joel also on a video?
I think it's
Joel-
time to play your game, Joel.
Joel has had an epiphany.
Yes?
He has discovered his pronoun.
Yeah. You are now Vinci.
My pronoun is who.
Ooh.
It's,
Please
Oh,
refer to me as who.
oh, got you. I won't
am
do
neither-
it. I'm
I
in
am-
resistance to what is.
I am neither he nor she nor it, but who.
I must ask you, Joel, since you like to travel, have you ever read Gilead Atzmon?
I have learned that the young people no longer believe in reading. Reading is an antiquated form of encouragement or learning. And if it's not on a YouTube, it doesn't matter.
Uh,
Wow.
Politically, if it's not on a late night talk show, it doesn't matter.
Wow.
you got to be
Wow.
careful with that.
I agree, but that's what's happening, man.
My
You-
daughter read the Odyssey. I think she also read the Iliad. She's 17,
Wow.
but that is like some of the most violent stuff you'll ever read too. The
Well,
Odyssey.
I mean, that's it was required reading for me in my schools.
But
The Odyssey and the Iliad.
But sometimes what we do is we rely upon others who read the work and who create their YouTube summaries because it's just so dang efficient.
Yes.
A good presenter will give you key points, but then you're always limited to their experience.
Yes. And their perspective on things. And that's the conundrum, because there's so much information out there. Like you said, what we do know is teensy tiny in comparison to what there is to know.
I like that voice. Teensy tiny. I gotta go check on my porridge.
Okay.
The news is like that.
Like what?
Teensy tiny.
So what if everything is not changing when looked upon from a perspective that covers two, maybe one cycle or
Yeah.
more? No, maybe two. To show that something is cyclical, we would have to see that it repeats itself. Then when it repeats itself, we say, like when something goes out of fashion, then it comes back again. Or like when there's a depression or something economical, and then it goes away, then it comes back again. So there's some cycle going on. Or like the sun comes up and then it goes down, then it does it again. So there's some cycle going on. So whenever there is cycle and it's effortless, that means nobody is adding energy or taking energy out of it. Then we can say that it is an example of something that does not change. That is, so there we can say that whatever is cyclical is constant. It's not changed. So, for example, when we look at the ocean waves, they're going up and down. But if we keep watching them over a long time, then we get dizzy and vomit. No, we see that it's vibrating. So vibrations are cyclical, and because they're cyclical and periodic and constantly, we could map them into an equation that we can write out in a simple trigonometric form, and we could predict what's going to happen in this time and in the future time and in the past time. Then in that case, we could say that whatever is periodic is non-changing. So if everything is periodic in the universe, then everything is non-changing. So there is no change. So there's no impermanence. There's only permanence. But we think there is impermanence because we're only looking at something from a portion of the cycle. Like we look at the horizon and we see the sun going up, but we fail to see that it's been doing that for a long time, And so we assume that, oh, this is a change. It's happened. Oh, it's change. But no, there is a cycle there. And when there's a cycle, there is no change. So what do you think about that?
Yes.
Okay. So there's statics and then there's dynamics. And you're talking about something that's underneath all of that. You're saying permanence based upon a story of an always existing universe. If we're going to apply something like the conservation of energy, or since we know through 20th century science that matter can be converted into energy and energy into matter. We have math to explain this. We've conducted multiple experiments proving the fact. In our reactors, we've literally produced gold, trace amounts, and it's way too expensive for it to be economical. But yes, you can convert one element into a heavier element, and you can break down heavy elements into lighter elements and release energy in the process. However, there is a theory that states, on the one hand, depending on what set of scientists you're speaking with, and I think it comes ultimately down to depending upon their view of the nature of the universe. Is it permanent? Is the universe unending? Or is a view of the universe being unending and permanent and have as always existing, is that in and of itself a view of the universe that's based upon only having an incomplete picture? Or is the universe a something that came from a primordial atom which expanded and which inflated, in other words, grew at a rate that was faster than the speed of light, and which is just several billion years younger than 14 billion years old, and in one way might go this way, in one way in a crunch, and one way might die at a heat death. I think, again, we have to accept that we don't have the tools or the instruments to know, although I would not doubt published in science journals would be an article which would state, scientists have finally discovered, and this is the ultimate truth, and this is the ultimate reality. But I would take it with skepticism, because I've read so many articles make such a claim.
So, so what if we have a string and we tie it to one end, and the other end we tie it to another something that's fixed, and we pull in the middle and let go? There it produces vibration, and depending on the string's weight and diameter and all these things, and the distance that it's tied on the ends, it would produce a certain frequency. So what is that frequency? What is the result of that frequency? A sound, perhaps? The sound of the heavens, the sound of the sound of the spheres. There's that sound, that vibration is constant, while the string length is not changed. So while the string is vibrating at a constant frequency, we can say that there is permanence in the constant vibration that does not change. So there is an example of permanence. Well, it may have a beginning and an end, but during that time, it is permanent in its behavior. What do you think?
I would agree. So when I go back and think of it how I said earlier, which is that I can feel a change. I can feel something's different, basically, in the vibration. Uh, yeah, I think you're right that that's only because my awareness is focused on a small piece of time. But if I step back and have a long view, then yeah, nothing has really changed. It's just my perception. So I would say that, yeah, everything that you said is possible. And I do believe that this earth is cyclical. That's what I have learned, that it's called the E cycle, the cycle of the earth. And its actions appear to be changes to us. But I believe that is actually what creates existence. In other words, when we zoom in close to the details and view the changes, then we allow ourselves to play and react to those changes. But in reality, it doesn't exist. Those changes they're not really changes. They're just a part of the normal progression of life. And I believe that is possible, that exists in everything. So when I take a look at my life, and I say, okay, well, I was married, and then I'm no longer married. That's just the way it is for now. But it's possible that I have repeated this many times in my life. What I call a life is only a life because I'm focused on a small portion at a short period of time. Or I can just say it simply by saying it's only a life because of the element of time. Without time, it is exactly the cycle that you refer to. Uh, when you talk about tying the string on one end and then another end and seeing witnessing the vibration, that's just a repeat with different words of the same thing you already said, which is that it's a change, or we feel a different vibration only when we focus on that period, that small piece. Very good point, Pyro.
So how can we infer how can we extend our knowledge by using what we do know in a portion of our time, but extend it because it is repeating. So we extend it to see if we find the beginning of time. Could there be a beginning of time? Could it be that this time is like a guitar chord that's been tied to one post over here, calling it the beginning of time, and the other post, the end of time? And so that string is plucked. And so the vibration is the frequency of the universe. And so everything looks like it's been going on forever. But what if there is a beginning that is where the timeline begins, and on the other side is in the future where it ends? So there's a beginning of time and end of time. What if there is? But we can't tell, or we're being fooled into thinking that there isn't, that there has always been time, simply by looking at what's going on. Everything is in cycles, like days and weeks and months and years. It's all cyclical, with the planets being very consistent. Although scientists have noticed that the Earth is slowing down very little, but it's noticeable, so that, I don't know, every so many years they have to figure out how to adjust the time a bit, maybe add a second here to the calendar year or something like that.
But isn't it that time does have a beginning and end because it's a construct that man created? So it does have a beginning and an end. At some point, I suppose, I don't know what the end is. I can't recall because I'm only seeing things the way I do now, and my understanding is limited at this point.
But you're
But
saying that time has a beginning and end simply because it's a construct? Or
created
what?
by man, yeah, because it's created by man. It's a concept. It's an agreement
But
that we
why does it have to have an end and a
because
beginning?
it's not who we are. It's not a part of the permanence.
It's not
Time is not
who we
permanent.
are.
No,
That time is not who we are. What
no,
is time?
a concept, an agreement.
An agreement of what? To what?
It's an agreement of
What are we agreeing to?
participation with humans.
Where's the contract?
I
Well,
know.
Taken point, the definition of the minute has actually changed over time. And I don't mean in a minute way. I mean, if you study the various forms of timekeeping, minutes were variable. The Japanese system, for instance, depending on whether it was night, morning, mid-morning, afternoon, mid-afternoon, early evening, so on and so forth, they would actually be variable. And it could be measured by a tool such as a water clock, or prior to that, if you study the Indian systems, they would measure the length of the universe in the average rate of blinking. And they weren't actually, I don't even know that they were using average, but they would start by saying, okay, you blink and you breathe, and then they would extrapolate everything from those two cycles of how often you blink and how often you breathe. And out of that was a sort of a meditation or a science that just continue to generate all these other ideas. So yes, time is an invention created so that everything doesn't happen at once.
But where is that construct laid out?
I would claim out of necessity.
But if it's a construct, then animals are timeless.
Please repeat the last question.
If it's a construct of humans, then animals are timeless. They don't have a concept of time.
Well,
I would agree with that.
We do have a concept of time, and we refine our concepts over time. In other words, our concepts evolve, and to the degree to which they're agreed upon, and that
But
becomes part of the given
all these
of
different,
that set.
all these
However,
different
I'm
definitions-
saying that they all bear out of nature.
So time is a construct. It can change. It's by conventions set by standards, international standards, and or whatever system that you use. And but if you don't have any of that, the actual time itself is still there. If there is an absolute time, if well, so maybe it's best to say that time is simply a measurement of periodicity.
Right.
No, of change, maybe? No, because what is change?
What is change? Evolution over time, or devolution over time. But maybe devolution is
Maybe
a
it's
response of the incorporation of good and evil, or the knowledge of good and evil, and that's where we get our ideas.
maybe time is a measure of a comparison of one periodicity to another, because the periodicity of the cesium atom is being used to define the second, and from there you go on to define everything else. But since the planets don't follow that definition, they do whatever they want, and so the scientists have to adjust the definition of what a day is. They have to increase it or whatever over many years. The day is getting longer, maybe, or maybe the Earth is slowing down a little bit.
Right, from the age of the atomic clock, we've been using the cesium atom, and
So
that was probably done out of convenience because it was what we had in handy, and it was the technology that we
so
could build.
then time is doesn't exist. It's just a measurement of periodicities and changes relative to others.
Well,
Maybe.
let's
Or you have to come up with an absolute one, like say, okay, we're gonna make the cesium atom be the absolute one, and from there measure everything else.
right, but the determination is a construct.
And so
long as you
we
can get
could-
others to go along
so
with
we
it,
could,
then that becomes a standard.
you could change the standard to, instead of using the cesium atom, we could say that we're gonna measure it as a rotation of the Earth, and that's gonna be our standard.
Well,
And it's gonna be
so
fixed.
that's an earlier version. If you go back to earlier versions, you have the difference between morning and midday and evening, and the two dusks, the dusk in the morning, the dusk in the evening, and the difference between the day and the night. Longer term, you have the cycles of the moon. Well, do we base our calendar longer term? Do we base our years on the cycles of the moon, or do we base our calendar upon some other set of rules, because
And
none of these things perfectly line up.
And the hour, wasn't there a system that involved, will divide the day into 12, and even if it's winter time, the day is shorter, we'll still divide the day into 12 hours.
Well, why
There'll
do we
be
use
shorter
12?
hours.
And why is 60 important?
Maybe they're nice divisible numbers.
Yes.
360.
If you take 60 and divide it 5 by 5 fingers, you get 12. And if you have 2 cycles, a 12 to represent the time when the sun's rays are directed upon the earth versus the time when the earth is rotated away and it's night.
If
you have 2 12s.
If there is another planet in another galaxy that can sustain life, but that Earth is rotating and not only rotating but ellipsing. What is the word for going around the sun?
Orbiting
Around its sun at a different rate from that we're used to, then the inhabitants of that planet will, instead of having 5 fingers, will have, let's say, it's orbiting faster, so the year will be shorter. So instead of 5 fingers, they're going to have 4 fingers.
Right, Larry Niven.
Maybe the overall scheme is so, it has such power that it will affect how the creatures evolve. So instead of having 5 fingers, they might have 4 fingers, 4 toes. Maybe they'll have, instead of 2 arms, they'll have 3 arms.
Right. Yeah, you just the four digits is a Simpsons trope. They explored that. If you notice in the Simpsons series, God has 5 fingers, but all the characters within the Simpsons universe have 4. Whoa. And if you've read The Mote in God's Eye, the famous science fiction novel that came out in the 60s, there's a collaborative work by Larry Niven and Jerry Purnell. The Motes, which evolved over epic periods of having nuclear war, in their evolutionary development, they were a much more ancient species compared to the humanoids having a sort of ever-expanding Terran empire using a different form of technology. After a prior version of nuclear wars, they had only so many fingers, and they used a base 12 system, and 144 was the top number, not 100, but 144 in the system that their species had developed, the Motes. Go on. Letting the dogs out. If I'm running away, I'm either attending to my wife, attending to the dogs because my wife told me to, or attending to our son. So I see you've lined up 5 pieces that are black, but of different shapes, 2 that are square and different sizes, some round ones, and some 5 colorful marbles. But I've got to go.
I'm taking the dog out. I'm outside, so I'm here listening still. Interesting conversation, but definitely also interested in what Joel has lined up waiting for us here.
Everybody's outside today except me. Where are you, Hyro? Are you alligator hunting?
I'm at beautiful,
Muted, Don.
beautiful Lake Eola, the
Yeah.
central park of Orlando.
That's what I was saying. You went to the park.
And we'll go check out this historic monument. Let's see what it is. Look at this. This
Tree.
rock
Oh.
under, maybe it's a meteor. Let's see what it says here. Maybe there's a legend. Oh my gosh. I don't know what it is.
Big rock.
Wow.
Oh, now we're going to cross a bridge over the River Kwai. Something like that. We're going
You
to
tell me
cross
your age.
a bridge, and I hope it can hold me up, or I might fall into the river. Here's the bridge. And here's the river. Oh, it's dry. That we crossed the bridge. And let's see, now we're going to walk to the amphitheater so that I can do a concert of live music. I will sing a song in the amphitheater. Let's see. What song shall I sing? Oh. Oh.
Oh, look at that. You got music going on.
Uh-oh, we'll get a copyright strike.
Where are you, Don? You look like you're on a farm or something.
I know. I'm in my backyard.
No, it's a big backyard.
Oh, you think so?
It looks like it.
It looks small to
Lake
me.
Eola
Where are the
Park,
horses?
I
the
know.
most historic
They're on another
widely
property.
recognized symbol of the city of Orlando. It was established in 1883 as the city's first public park after Orlando's homesteaders Jacob and Fanny Summerlin donated the lake and
Oh,
some of the surrounding land to the city. Though formerly titled Summerlin Park under terms of the original gift, the park is most commonly known by its informal name, Lake Eola Park.
nice.
Oh,
Very nice. Thank you. It is beautiful.
oh. And there's white swans that swim in here, that float. So there's one way over there. Let's see. And now here we are approaching the amphitheater. Amphitheater. And we will look at all the crowd has come to listen to a performance. I'm going to be performing here at the amphitheater. I'm gonna sing a song to the crowd. Let's see. Ooh.
Oh, so awesome, Pyro.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Here's how the song goes. Yeah. Angel, 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 why must you be such a pain? Angel, you keep asking me for money, but I ain't got no money, honey. Angel, angel, angel. There, that's the song. Okay.
Was this the first live performance of that song, Hiro?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
And
The-
it's on video. It's permanent
The
now.
crowd, the crowd went wild.
Look at the crowd. Wow. Woo.
Look at that
Oh,
fountain.
wow.
No. And look at this bicycle. Is this one of those bicycles you can download an app and then get it going? You pay for so much to use. No, look at that. There's a person. There's a person coming out of the ground. Look at this. Oh my. Oh. Now I've climbed the mountain. The tallest peak in the Lake Eola. From here you can see miles. Oh, look at that leg. Now I'll come down and walk on the leg. Boy. I may fall. Ah. Oh, there's some swans on the lake. Cool music.
Where's the music coming from?
Hmm. Ah. From it looks like they got speakers up there. Wow. Hmm.
Excuse me.
Oh, look at those swan boats. They got swan boat rentals. $15 for 30 minutes. They got swan boats. They're little boats with swan heads and swan wings. I guess they have motors, or maybe you have to paddle them. paddle boats.
Is that where that song Swanee came from?
Way down upon the Swanee River. No. No. And here we have ducks and little ducklings. There any ugly ducklings? There's the swans. Oh no, those are white ducks. They're big white ducks. Every day. Okay, bye-bye. The swan. And now, oh, look at that bird. That's a pelican flying. Oh. Maybe I can lay down here to sleep. Because I haven't slept all night. I'll just lay down.
Why were you up all night?
I just was on the computer and I would browse and swipe. And I'm on a dating section of Facebook, and so I put myself out there, and I attracted some women, and I've been liking all these Oriental women, and I've got a bunch of Oriental women like and having come chats with, chatting. They're from China or Singapore, Hong Kong, Korea, Japan. Oh, maybe. That's interesting. So, some of them know about cryptocurrency. Does anyone here know about cryptocurrencies? Investing in cryptocurrencies?
I know that they crashed recently.
Oh, so wouldn't it be advantageous to invest in them while the price is low?
No, it's not, there's nothing backing it, which is why it so easily crashed. People lost all their money before, just now.
But could
Has,
it be
has
that
there,
What, Joan?
it crashed? Could it be that it crashed due to the U.S. government trying to make it fail, so that
Oh
they
no,
don't go
Joan.
to they don't go find it more dependable than the U.S. dollar, and everybody go to cryptocurrencies instead of the U.S. dollar? Or maybe it's something because these women I have found, they're all kind of the same to me. They look very similar. They're very young looking and very thin, and they have a anime kind of faces. Big eyes, little mouths. You're thin. They look like 12-year-olds.
Oh my gosh.
With like 20 or 30, 40. But there is it's a cryptocurrency. So could it be that it's a plot that the Communist Party is sending out these pretty women to seduce poor Americans, and then they get them into cryptocurrencies, into a certain cryptocurrency, and you can download an app and you can invest in cryptocurrency, and then eventually the whole U.S. gets hooked on it, and then they all go to this cryptocurrency that's actually supported by the Communist Party, and then so the whole world goes over to cryptocurrency, and then they leave the dollar behind. What do you
Now,
think of that idea?
Is this
And then
similar to
China
being
becomes a superpower.
being hooked on phonics?
Hooked on phonics.
But Joel, don't put it away. I want to see your demonstration. If you're talking, I don't hear you, Joel.
I'm muted because I was coughing. And I didn't think you wanted to see my coughing.
I was afraid you were going to take away your setup. We didn't get a chance to see it.
Okay, well, as we were talking about time, I thought we would go back in time to 776 BC and see what has endured.
Even though the goose is talking, I'm still hearing you, Joel. Or the duck.
We have
Bella, how are you? Can you, as a goose, no, as a swan, let me ask you a question, Swan. What do you think of time? What is time? Ow, ow, you're biting me, Swan. I don't have any food. Tell
then
me
get
what.
out of here. This is my market.
And do you think, is everything impermanent, or is there a mixture? Is there some things that are permanent and some things that aren't? This is the swan that is a philosopher swan. But why is he biting me? Oh my gosh. I got chased away by a swan. Oh my gosh. I think that was a swan, or maybe that's a goose.
That's what you get, Hyro. He did not
Because-
want to get into philosophy.
Man, oh, here's the swans. Maybe that was a fake swan. That was a goose. Here's the swan.
Joel's going to show us this thing here real quick. Hyro, he's going to show us.
Maybe these are the swans. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. Ah, this grass is wet.
I have to get another box of Kleenex.
1, 2,
I think I'm
3,
allergic to the goose.
4,
It's making
5,
my
6,
nose run.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. There's at least 24 swans in this area of the lake.
Are they swans or geese?
These are swans. Maybe the other one was Was it goose?
But is it the goose that laid the golden egg?
Doubtful.
Yeah.
Doubtful. Otherwise, Hyro would be running
Oh, there's a
down the
crane.
waterway picking up golden eggs.
That would look like a game where somebody's making Hyro run around and grab eggs. But yes, Joel's going to show us this. Yes, Joel.
Okay. You were asking about time, and time began 776 BCE with the first Olympic Games. And it's been going on ever since. So
Oh.
there are only one definition of a line. Do you know the definition of a line?
No.
According to Parmenides, the definition of a line is that which its center point is equidistant from its ends. And then there are only two other primary shapes: triangles and squares. And within each square is two triangles.
Oh.
This is basically basic knowledge for playing Vinci. Until you have mastered this, you must talk to geese or swans or whatever they are. And Hyro, have you bought any more books recently? I have loads of travel books, but still I'm stuck here in Toronto. So a triangle is that which has 3 points. And a square has 4. But two equal triangles can be combined to make a square. Forget this and nothing else matters.
Interesting.
Then you have colors. Colors form a pattern called the spectrum. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, indigo. And this pattern can be recognized and seems to endure over time. All the rest is commentary.
Oh.
Is Dominic abandoned the group, or has the group expelled Dominic?
Ah.
What did I miss, and which episode is it in?
I don't know, but I know the last time he was on was when unfortunately Rami's wife was yelling. And it was around the time that he lost his, he lost his friend and he lost the cat.
Ah.
His wife went through something serious.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But then he started to become more quiet when Rami's wife was upset. And at first I heard what happened, but then I said, "Oh, Dom, you're not saying anything." And he said, "Oh, I think I remember him saying he didn't want to disturb Rami's wife because his wife reacts to his voice or something.
Mm.
So I hope that didn't happen because I find him delightful. I mean, he can be aggressive, but I even see that as a good thing. I appreciate his realness. So I don't know how to contact him, but I'm hoping somebody will tell him, "We miss you. Come back and think clearly." Did I sound like Hyro when I said that?
Little.
I tried to do it. But yes, so you pulled all of those out, Joel, so that you could demonstrate to us what is and what is what is happening and what's the illusion.
What is permanent
Yeah.
and what is transitory?
Yeah.
And Vinci is permanent. Everything else in life is transitory.
I begin to believe.
Send me your bitcoins, and
I
you will
want
be,
to believe.
and you will be saved.
I will send you Dogecoin.
Oh, no, we only accept Bitcoin.
Ah, man.
What kind of Bitcoin do you use, Hyro?
Bitcoin.
We should start a goose coin.
I was going to say that, Joel. We should start our own goose coin.
And we can gamble online with goose coins.
Yes. And we have our mascot right there, Hyro. Go ahead, pick him up, bring him home. Even if he bites you.
If he doesn't cooperate, cook him.
Joel's greedy.
Is that a goose? Or a duck?
Tell him you're going to cook his goose, even if he's a duck.
Big white ducks.
He looks big.
Yeah, there's another one over there. See that rainbow amphitheater? I was there singing a song, a world premiere, Angel. How's the lyrics go? I forgot.
Angel, angel, send me money.
Oh.
Something like that.
Or Angel, angel, why you keep asking me for money?
That's it. That's right.
Something like that. When I ain't got no money, honey.
So yes, what are you going to do with the colors? Is this a full Vinci demonstration?
Yeah, I'm very sorry, Don. All these people that want to try to play Vinci via email have proven, except for yourself, of course, to be unreliable. I must say that I thought that gal from California was not going to be reliable right from the get-go, but I just thought I'd throw it out there to see what happened. She's very unique in that, when I first met her, she was living in a car.
Ah, got you.
So this is the first person I've ever met who is actually living in a car, except for Hyro only does that periodically when he falls asleep in his car on his way home.
While he's talking to international females on Facebook dating.
With Bitcoins and stuff.
With Bitcoins? I think it's cool that you ventured into the Facebook dating realm. I've been out of the dating scene for a while, and I found the dating apps. Well, it's been many years, so I'm talking about ancient times, but I found them to be mostly a joke. Most of those most of those characters on there aren't real. And the ones you meet, you realize, wow, they don't look like their picture at all. So I haven't been into that in many years. So when Facebook said, hey, you should try this dating thing, I said, hey, no, I won't. So, but you're having a good experience, huh? Look at him, he's so big. He is huge.
Oh, he's gonna jump in.
Don't try to save him. But yeah, so anyway, yeah, I'm not bothered by this issue, Joel, because I do believe that life is very important to people, what they're doing and all that sort of stuff. So, you know, I feel like the right person will come along at the right time. I'm not worried. Mm.
Ah, I got an idea for
Uh,
a new game. The pieces are not plastic, they're gummies. And so you eat them when you jump over one of your enemies, you eat it. And they're vitamin gummies with vitamin B12, vitamin C, vitamin D3,
cannabis.
cannabis, potassium, magnesium, calcium, vitamin K. Oh, and here in this part, you can practice Tai Chi. Mm. Mm. Angel, Angel, why you keep asking for money, Angel? When you know I ain't got no money. Gotta pay the rent. You gotta pay the rent today. These websites keep charging me. Maybe I should cancel them. Maybe I should say I lost my debit card. Get a new debit card. That way I know what can get canceled.
What you got going on, Joel?
I got a Poppet keyboard.
Oh, dragonfly, dragonfly. Oh. Any crocodiles, alligators?
I hope not.
Maybe they could have some alligators in here and to keep the population down a little bit.
To keep the goose population down?
The swan population and goose
They-
population and duck.
Have we determined if they're geese or swans yet?
I think the white ones with a black eye mask are swans. I think those over there are swans. They're combing they're combing themselves. They're grooming themselves, just like. They got a black eye mask. They got black eye mascara. Hmm, this is the shallow end of the pool. Looks like. And there's some birds up in that tree. And there's some blackbirds. Blackbird singing in the break.
Got to get back to a good old American Vinci board. This is the first Vinci board made in the United States of America,
In Texas?
in Texas, in Clearwater, Texas, made by my friend Clem Howard.
Neat. Very neat. Yay.
So now we can relate the colors and the shapes to a finite set of perimeters.
Yes.
What
Welcome
have,
back, Rami.
what have we learned about impermanence so far? Or
Well, we learned Rami wasn't permanently gone. He's back. Must have been a cycle.
but maybe Rami is eternal. So that which is eternal is permanent.
Can I proffer a compromise?
Okay.
Some systems believe that that we all come from a well of souls. However, I follow Tertullian, who was a North African fellow, maybe of Berber descent. Perhaps he came out of Carthage or the ruins of Carthage. I'm not really certain. But he seems to have given us two things. One is the doctrine of the Trinity, and the other, I think, is a little bit more fundamental. It's the idea not that we come from a well of souls, but rather that we are inheritors of the one same human soul, the one that was breathed into Adam and Eve, so that the idea being there, we're all of one same sort of kind or type. But the definite contribution there is that we're not eternal. We are, in fact, conceived beings with definite origins. And we don't know where we're going to end up. And it could be that we're forever.
What was his name?
Tertullian, I think, but I could be mispronouncing his name.
Tertullian?
I think that's it.
His first name was Luigi.
Well, I'm going to find out. It's Tertullian.
Tertullian?
Tertullian. Thank you. You're so much better at pronouncing things than I am, Jairo. Maybe it comes from being bilingual.
And so he is famous for one of the first to come up with the Trinity and promote it, and also that there's not a well of souls, but that we get our soul from the first soul, the first breath.
Right. We've inherited the same soul.
Could that
We're all
be,
inheritors or co-inheritors.
could that be the what's the word that suggests something coming before, that kind of predicts what it would eventually become? Could he not be the antecedent to the theory of the DNA?
Possibly a spiritual antecedent, because again, these are all stories, right? He was proffering a theory. He's saying, well, maybe this is really how it is. And then eventually you get the DNA. So there may be a spiritual ancestry there, or in terms of at least one of the concepts.
That a soul rides on the union of the chromosomes, the conception of the egg with the sperm. What is that called? What's it called when it becomes
A zygote?
the zygote? And at that moment of conception, the soul is attached to that.
That's right. So the first pairing of the mother and the father DNA is the individuated human being in its essence, at least in its physical form. The idea here is that that pairing is the inheritor of the human soul. And that we're each co-inheritors of the same. So each one of us has a definite beginning. As for the nature of the soul, that's a topic for another morning, if at all.
The zygote, is that the inheritor of the soul?
Right. Well, I mean,
Or
if you want to,
or could a soul divide like a single cell division? There would be a single soul division.
I think, are you touching upon the idea of when does a zygote become a person? Because personhood is a fraught with all sorts of traps and snares sort of concept. Eventually you have to come down to the legalities. But not just legalities within a system, but you also, if you want to be comprehensive, then you'll have to consider the system and the foundations of the system through which the processes of laws are constructed, maintained, and enforced. Beautiful day. Last week, Joel, before you joined us, we were talking about trees and how they reproduce.
Any particular type of tree?
I don't know that we were specific, but we were touching upon asexual reproduction and how trees have genders and some trees have both genders, and how how it was a bugled story for a while there that one of the attributed causes for the rises in allergies was the fact that developers somewhere along the way were deciding that male trees were more favorable than female trees, because female trees would drop fruit and also they just aesthetically thought that male trees looked better. But then one of the effects of that decision and planting all these mostly male trees was that you would wind up with more plant semen in the atmosphere and more allergies as a result thereof. Thereby that because of that decision, collective sort of decision. And of course, there was even counter narrative to that, saying, "No, that's not why. That's not why. That's not why." But that's just the reality that we live in. Narrative and counter narrative. If I may ask you two questions, and I may run the risk of offending Joel. Are you familiar with Hegel? Friedrich Hegel?
No, I knew his brother Harvey.
Oh, okay. Well, he wasn't running an island, was he, Harvey?
No,
How about a media company?
no, Harvey
Okay.
Hegel.
Hegel. Hegel was an influence on Marx, which is why I mentioned him. But you've probably heard the joke. I think the Hegelian dialectic, which is one that is neutral and based upon concepts, although you can take it any sort of number of ways. But you may be familiar with the joke that when there are two Jews in the room, there are three opinions.
Well, that's tradition.
How is that?
You've never heard that before, Don? Maybe I would leave it to Joel to explain it.
Well, it's well established that Judaism encourages thinking. And
What kind of thinking? Clear thinking or critical thinking?
all kinds of thinking.
Wow.
Not only thinking, but reading. The whole ritual is based on reading. And children are prized at an early age, perhaps less for their prowess in sports and more for their prowess in reading. So thinking and reading sometimes leads to different ideas. And Judaism recognized that time changes ideas, and that a disparate opinion in one time can become an accepted opinion in another time. So it was their custom to record even dissenting opinions. The entire liturgy is recorded by the majority opinion, the final decision at that time, but also having respect for the divergent opinions and recording them in the liturgy, or in the I don't know if liturgy is the right word, but the various books that record these discussions and debates. And that's how we got Vinci. It's a very ancient game, and nobody knows how to win.
Even you don't know how to win, Joel?
Don't.
Who invented the scheme, the structure, the order of play, the objective of the game that is now known as Vinci?
Well, Vinci originated in 776 before the Common Era, with the first Olympics. And that the goal was to engage with other human beings and compete in a friendly and sportsmanlike attitude. But Vinci is less about the physical competition than it is about the ontological competition. So today, if we have three people who are willing to engage, then we can have an actual measurement of that competition at this point in time on Saturday, May the 13th, 2023, which would be 2,779 years after the beginning of competition in an organized way. Plus, although Dawn would be outnumbered, my money might be on her. We might be able to determine whether females are more successful than males. But that would be very threatening for males to engage in such a competition.
Right. The Greeks were wise in keeping their sports segregated.
Yeah. But mental sports don't need to be segregated. Unless Dawn insists on wearing a jock strap, which we won't know about anyway.
So
I'm not saying.
I'm not saying. Beautiful, Dawn. So, do we have 3 competitors for the Florida 3-way intergender Vinci game? The championship of the Goose cannot play.
Oh,
so you can have 2 to 5 players total? Is
Right.
that okay?
Right.
And we have 3 people in Florida. May I ruin your game before it even begins?
It may, and that would be good too, because I'd rather have it ruined before it goes into production than after. I'm not sitting
All
with
games are operative according to their rule sets, and people can come up with their own rules. There are
absolutely.
so many variations of chess, it's ridiculous, but the most fundamental variation is the decision as to whether or not to play competitively or cooperatively.
Mm.
Well, the
So if-
fundamental decision in my experience is anybody willing to play?
Right. So I would be
Until-
willing to play cooperatively with my other 2 Floridians, in so much as each of us, Jairo, Don, and myself, determine at the end that whatever the outcome was equitable, and that we'd be willing to modify our set of moves. And all this, of course, is dependent upon trust, so that we would be able to walk away from today's event, which is to say the round of Vinci, feeling happy about the outcome.
When you say competitively versus cooperatively, how
Do you guys want to just yammer on like every other Saturday morning, or do you want to actually play a game?
does
I think they really want to. I think they just want to yammer.
I want to play.
you want to play?
Yes. I want to
Oh,
finally
but
see what this is about.
In order to play competitively or cooperatively, we have to first cooperatively decide to play, because we cannot competitively decide to play, for then the person that does not want to play will compete to not play.
To play or not to play, that is the question.
And
Whether
then-
it is nobler of the mind.
This is quite a philosophy session.
And then if playing co-op competitively, then there would be a finite, an end point, a goal, a winner and loser. But if it's cooperative, then there would be no end to the game.
Well, I would state that the shared mutual interest in a cooperative game would be the steady state.
Well, the
Ah,
the
interesting.
Well, that's an
reality, the
insight, isn't it,
reality
Don?
is
Nice.
Reality is that if nobody wants to play, we're not going to play.
I know it, but I've been watching you set this whole thing up. You even showed up as Vinci and you made two of yourself. I feel like it's meant to happen today. And there was a goose.
I
I-
will.
I am
will
less
cooperate and play.
okay.
Choose to play, to cooperate with the cooperation that Don is promoting.
Okay, so we have a game of at least 2 players.
Rami?
So that means we can proceed.
Okay.
Oh, can you design the rules so that a new player could jump in the middle of the game? That would be interesting.
That's not contemplated with the present version, but it could be adapted. So are we filled then with those people that have the daemon to try and play cooperatively, competitively, whatever way you say? Well, actually, playing with 2 is probably preferred because even a game of 3 usually ends up with 2 people playing. So it may be best to see 2 people playing. So now that we have 2 people, we have to decide on the order of play.
Oh, how, pray tell, will be determined who goes first?
That is the only aspect of the game that is left to chance.
Oh, we can't compete for it. Or could we cooperate and one of us say, no, you go first, and the other one says competitively, no, you go first.
You can do as you like because the rules are determined by the players, just like language is determined by its use. But it's always good to understand the root of a thing before you go varying it. And the root of Vinci is the roll of 6 die. So we would roll 6 die, and if we can do the arithmetic, we would determine the higher numerical value of each person's roll. The only thing that can be done now is to decide who will roll first and who will roll second.
And we have to have a referee and an umpire and a calculator, an accountant to add up what comes up on the die and make sure that it adds up correctly.
I agree. Everything is transparent. From this point forward, there are no secrets except those between your ears. Those contained within your ontology. Everything else is visible to all the players and spectators alike.
What is ontology?
I don't know, but it's one of those fancy words that they use at a lot of the philosophy groups I go to. And I find that if I enter
my ontologist tomorrow.
Yes, well, I use it sparingly, if at all, but I find that most people don't understand it, but don't have the wherewithal to ask what it means. So I try to use it when I'm trying to increase, my seeming intellectuality. And I don't know what intellectuality is either, but it's another big word. So, Hiro, with your consent and with Dawn's consent, will I roll the dice here for Dawn first or for you? Lots of decision.
Dawn first.
Why can't Dawn roll her die?
Because I have them here and I'm in Toronto, and she's in Florida. And her arms are not that long.
No, not today. I put my stretch arms away.
Or would you rather that you roll first, Hyro?
Or maybe there's an app with die, and then she can download it to her phone and then roll the die.
Well,
There is an app for that, but I want you to go first, Hyro. So, Joel, let's let Hyro go first. Is that okay?
do you
I
consent?
I want to roll the die.
Okay, well, take out the dice and drop them on the board here so we can all see them. Remember, everything is transparent. This is not like politics. This is reality.
Good one, Joel.
I consent, or I give the power of attorney to Joel in Toronto to roll the die. Is it for me? I
Yes.
roll.
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute. We have to roll the die to see who rolls the dice first.
Well, the first roll, according to my calculation, is 18, 9, 10, 14, 18.
Okay.
We still don't know whether that's for Dawn or Hyro, and if we were playing a variant of the game, that would be a very good roll.
Okay.
But we're only
Isn't
playing the
that-
basic game now. So
Isn't that 9 and 7, 16?
7 and
11?
11, I think. 11 and 7. Is it not visible?
Yes.
You may want to spotlight the board, Hyro.
It's 11 plus 7 is 11 plus 7 is 18.
Okay. Are we agreed?
Yes.
I agree.
Okay. And was that your roll, Dawn, or Hyro's?
Hyro.
It was.
Are you agreed, Hyro?
I didn't agree to that. We have to do it over.
Okay.
Oh, we could have Rami determine who the role represents. Oh,
If
but
he's-
Rami will have to roll to do that.
If
Do you
he's
have
willing
size, Rami?
and you consent.
Well, Don already had stated this was your role, Hyro, and you offered consent,
Oh,
and
okay.
Joel went ahead.
So
18 for Hyro it is. Now for Dawn.
Yes.
oh, wait a minute. She has to. Wait a minute. Don't you have to like blow on them and shake them?
Okay. Okay. That's
23.
23 by my count.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like there's a
So-
lot more dots.
Dawn has won the role, which tells her that she has two choices. She gets to decide the order of play. She can either play first or play second.
I'll play second.
Okay. And she also gets to pick which color die she uses to keep her score.
Red.
Okay, Dawn has picked red. And Hyro, you get to pick from all the remaining colors which die you would like to use to keep your score.
What colors do I have available? Left?
There's green, blue, yellow, and white.
You don't have purple?
No, there is no purple dice
This
here
in
today.
My horoscope said that purple would be my color for today, and you don't have it. So, well, red is close enough.
You can't have red because Dawn has already chosen red.
Oh. So I have to choose orange.
There is a
Right.
certain minimal level of concentration that is necessary to be able to play this game. It may be beyond the ken of everyone here present, but we'll keep trying.
You're a patient man, Joel.
I know my
choose-
customers.
I choose orange. Orange,
Love
you
it.
glad I chose orange?
There is no orange dye, Hyro.
Oh. Oh, see the orange pieces. Oh, I have to choose a dye.
Yes.
Oh. Oh, what? There's a yellow dye. There's a white dye. There's a blue dye. Okay, I'll choose. Yeah. Oh, there's a green dye. I'll choose green dye.
Okay.
Dice.
So,
The green dice.
so now that we've got the preliminaries down, Pat, it has taken a little more effort than it usually does, but
Mm.
I think it's been instructive because you get an insight into your various players.
Strategies.
Now we start with the first inning. So we put the number 1 die in the center of the board. And since Hyro is going first, we will empty the board and let Hyro make his first move.
And are my pieces orange?
Your pieces as the first player will be red, and Don's pieces as the second player will be orange.
How was that determined?
Well, the first player has 9 pieces to play with, and the second player has 8 pieces to play with. So if we look at the number of pieces, epistemologically, I count 9 red pieces, but only 8 orange pieces. So Dawn, being the second to play, will have the fewer number of pieces. And now there is a rule that people have to be aware of, and that is that you can place your pieces anywhere on the board, either side of the board, except not in the center.
Okay.
The center can only be occupied when it forms 3 in a row. So if Dawn occupies these 2 pieces, on her next move, she may occupy the center, but not before. So now you have 90% of the rules. We've
How
spent
did you? Did she choose the color red?
No. The
She
color is determined by the order of play.
because there's 8 oranges, but 9 red apples,
Correct.
and she's
Correct.
starting off at the second. So she gets orange,
Correct.
and I get the red apples. I get 9 of them, so I'm at a great advantage. I'm going to win.
Well, do you want to bet any Bitcoins on this?
Yes, because I don't have any.
Okay. So are you ready to place your first piece, Hyro, or should we discuss this further?
I am ready to place my first orange. No, red.
Red. Okay.
I'm red.
Now, wait a minute. I feel because Dawn, to my understanding, has never played before. I think, and you have played before, you maybe should be giving her a handicap. Are you prepared to waive your handicap, Dawn? Yes, I see
Yes.
you. Yes,
Wait,
okay. It's traditional that where one player is new, that the more experienced players would handicap them, just like a more experienced golfer might allow a competitor some leeway. Okay, Jairo, now in less than 10 minutes, if you can, place your first piece.
So who's giving, or who's taking on the handicap?
No one. Dawn has waived her right to a handicap, even as a newbie, against a more experienced and knowledgeable player who runs the group. So she has been willing to take on this competition without advantage.
And do I get the privilege of taking on a handicap?
If she's willing to give you one, but I don't think that you have need for a handicap. You're just waffling on making your first move because of your indecision. Perhaps you want to go and buy more books before you make the first move.
no handicap because he has a golden goose.
Okay, I see. He's handicapped by his golden goose. All right. Now, do you have a move in mind, Jairo? Remember, this is one of 17 or 18 moves. So you can spend as much time as you want.
I can place my first piece anywhere.
Yes.
Except in the center.
Correct. You understand the rules.
Wow. I'm going to place my first one on, how is it numbered?
Well, I'm not using the numbers. You can if you want, but each center side, I see this as your right and your left. That's number 1. And then it goes counterclockwise from 1 to 8.
And the one on my left, what I see is when you said right, it was my left.
Okay.
Maybe
it's reversed for you and I, but that's fine.
Maybe she call it A and B.
Okay, whatever you like, call it whatever you like. We'll see it and we'll all agree that that's where you want to move.
Put my first piece in the very center of one of those squares, since they're.
Is that what you meant?
Since they are symmetrical, it doesn't matter which square, it would be the same.
Okay, so are you content with this move?
Yes, I'm delighted.
Okay, Dawn, it's up to you now. You can go anywhere you like, except where Jairo has already occupied the space and not yet the center.
Not yet.
You're muted, Dawn. You're muted.
Okay, so I can be on that side of the board where he is as well?
Correct. You can be on any side of the board, any position on either side. The only restriction is you can't be where he is and you can't be in the center.
I want to get next to you. So I'm going to go to the, for me, it's the left down of the center. Yes. Thanks.
Okay, so just you don't have to remember this, but just for future reference, when we play online, we number the spaces just to make it easier. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that would be left 8. But that's all right. You don't have to remember that. You can probably see it on my backboard. And it's only when you're playing online. If you're sitting in front of somebody, you just reach over and put your piece down. But you put away your stretcher.
There's a map in the background. that shows the numbers.
Yes, behind me. Okay, Jairo, take a deep breath.
You sunk my battleship. Let's see. I will place my mm, my second piece on the opposite side of where I placed my first piece, in the center of the other square.
Is that what you meant?
Yes, I am so
Okay.
delighted.
Okay. In
I
the
will
face of,
go.
okay,
I was going to say,
Wait,
I will
by
go.
doing that, don't I get to remove the centerpiece, or is that in my next turn?
that's at your next turn.
Oh, darn
But
it.
only if you want to.
What? Oh, at least I want to.
Only if you want to. It's not obligatory.
It's not obligatory.
Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to count clockwise or counterclockwise. So basically, I'll go on the other side across from the orange. Is that number 1 on that side?
That would be number 8.
That would be number 8. Okay, so it's always counterclockwise.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Very good.
Okay. So now it's
Wow.
Jairo's turn.
Is how? I see a symmetry. I see a pattern. I see rhythm. I see vibration. I see permanence.
You see a goose.
Let's see. I will remove the center die. And when I remove it, I place my piece in its place.
Yes, you can do that because
I
you form
win.
a 3 in a row, a
I'm going
diagonal.
to win. I'm going to win. Look at that.
Are you
Great
willing
strategy.
willing to bet on that?
I bet all my bitcoins on it.
Okay. And Dawn, do you accept his bet?
Yes.
With you'll match it with the equivalent Doge coins?
No. I'm not matching, but I will accept his Bitcoin if he loses.
Okay, Dawn, now it's your move.
Okay, now here's where I don't understand the strategy.
Okay.
Rami.
Do you have a specific question or?
Yeah, like, so what's the purpose? What am I trying to do here to
Oh, I
win?
forgot to explain that. I'm sorry. We got so wrapped up in the who's rolling and who's got the longest arms. I forgot to tell you the more important thing. So the strategy, and I'll use the yellow one so it won't confuse the initial play. The strategy is to make shapes with your pieces. And there are only 3 shapes to make. That's a triangle.
Oh,
Okay. And you can make those anywhere on the board. There are 34 possible triangles on the board, but that gets you 1 point. I'm gonna move the red one temporarily. We know where it was. That's a square. A square gets you 2 points. Even though there are 4 triangles within a square, it's only 2 points. And 3 in a row is a line. And a line gets you 3 points. That's all there is to the whole game. You may think that that's very simple, but I'm told mathematically it's very, very complex. There are a huge number of shapes that can be formed in just this way. So that at the end of the inning, when the board is filled, we will equalize the number of playing pieces and then we will count the shapes. So if at the end of this round, yellow had 5 pieces in this shape, it would be 3 points for the line, 2 points for the square, and 1 point for the triangle. So that configuration would be 6 points.
And you cannot use a triangle that is inside the square, right?
Correct. Correct. A triangle can only be counted once, and a square is only counted for 2 points. Otherwise, it gets to be very, very hairy and unmanageable.
Got it. Thank you. That definitely makes it a little bit more clear.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They got so tied up in who's rolling first and who's playing and who's gonna do this that I forgot to tell you the basic rule or the basic goal. Sorry about that. Okay, so now you have available to you every other space on the board on either side, except not where you already occupy it and not where Hyro occupies a space.
Okay. All right. So I want to go in space number 7. Wait. Number 6 on the other side. Yes.
Is that
that's
what you meant?
Yes. Yes, please.
Okay. Now, Hyro, you're ready for your 4th move.
I elect to move a red piece in the corner between the 2 orange pieces.
Is this what you meant?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm delighted.
So Hyro has chosen to block Dawn from forming a triangle, it seems. We'll see if that does him any good or not. You're muted again, Dawn.
I will go on to the space number 3 on that same side because it's like tic-tac-toe. He's already got me in a couple of ways. I see it now.
Okay, Hyro. Now it's up to you again. It's up to you and your golden goose.
Being that I elect to place a red one on the far right, well, my right corner there.
Is that what you meant?
That is precisely what I meant.
Okay. Dawn, it's up to you now.
Nice, Hyro. Okay, I will go with I can continue to try to block him, or I could try to build for myself, yeah. So I think I'm gonna switch to the other side, and I'm gonna go into space number 6.
Is that what you meant?
Yes.
Okay. Hyro,
I elect to place a red one in the lower corner of the left square between the 2 oranges. Yes.
And I want to go on the right side on space number 2.
And I will place a red one in the remaining space right there.
Okay.
Correct. I am so delighted.
And I will go into space. Let's see. 2 on the other side.
And I will place a red on the upper corner on the left side. The other corner. Yes.
And I will go where Hyro, where you was at. Yes.
And Hyro doesn't have a choice because he's the only player with a piece remaining. He has to take the open space.
Yes. Oh, very well done, Hyro.
Okay, but now we have one last step. Okay, and that step is called equalization. So the red
Wait
player,
a minute. Isn't that like communism?
yeah, it's a bit like communism. But it's communism light, it's more like socialism. So Dawn, you have only 8 pieces on the board, and Hyro has 9 pieces. So that's inherently unequal. So you get to remove one of Hyro's pieces before we score the board.
Remove the centerpiece.
Good move. So it's a good move, but I don't think it's going to be good enough to beat Hyro.
Right.
Because you have correctly identified the essential dilemma of the game. Do you block your opponent or do you build your own points?
Mhm.
And you both did a fair amount of blocking, but unfortunately, Hyro was able to build more points, and he has 3 in a row this way. He has a triangle here, which gives him 4 points, and he has another triangle here, which leaves him with a final score of 5 points. And your pieces do not form any shapes at this point.
They don't form a line across.
No, this is off the board. So that's only 2 plus 1 on the other side.
Oh.
That's a common misconception. And that's partly the reason, because most people will discover this the first time they play. That's why you normally would get a handicap. So even with the handicap, Hyro would have had to beat you by at least 1 point, which he has done.
Mm-hmm.
So the first inning goes to Hyro, and he gets 1 game point. So we put his die on the board with the number 1 facing up, and we say that Hyro is on the board with a score of 1, and we go to the second inning. But this time we change the order of play because there's an advantage to going first or second, and we want to make it as equal as possible. So we go to the second around, and we do it in the reverse order so that this time you will be red and Hyro will be orange, and you get to go anywhere you like. One move. Now you can yammer on forever like Hyro would normally do, or you could just make a move, but that's entirely up to you.
I want to just make a move, and I want to go on the right side in the center.
Okay, Hyro, it's now your move. You are the leader.
And if I'm the leader, how come I had to go second?
Because you went first the first time.
So now I'm a follower.
Correct.
That's not fair.
Well, would it
Who
be
set
fair
up
that
that
you?
rule? Did you make up that rule?
I did.
I want to change it.
Okay, well, when you officiate on a game, you can officiate any rules you want to make up. But today, I'm
that
the
I win.
officiant.
Like a totalitarian, I can change the rules.
Okay,
I can say that the election was fraudulent.
it was,
And
but
that
now it's your move.
The
Hanging
move was
chads.
fraudulent.
Now it's your move, Hyro.
Then I elect to move. I'll place my orange one, or maybe I should go with yellow. Can I go with yellow?
No,
Oh,
yellow is only if there's 3 players.
oh. I can't change my pieces to yellow?
No, we don't have enough yellow pieces, only orange.
How?
Red and orange. It would be too confusing for me as your officiant. I wouldn't be able to keep track of everything.
Oh,
I might mess up the game. So we better just stick with what we started with so that I don't forget anything or fall asleep.
but I was red first time. Now I'm orange.
That's right. Things change, Hyro.
Oh,
Or as they say in America, shit happens.
Good one, Joe. Yeah, put us right back into where we
Oh.
started.
so red, you always have red be 9 pieces and orange be 8 pieces
Correct.
and yellow 7 and so on. One
Well,
less time.
it's not 7, but it is so on.
Okay. So now I elect to place my first piece on the opposite side of where she placed hers. Correct. What a
Okay.
brilliant move.
That really was very brilliant, Hyro, and you said it in less than 800 words. Bravo. Dawn, it's your move.
I'm gonna go to number 5 on the right.
Hyro.
Oh. Wow. I'm scratching my head.
Well, that's good to get rid of the mosquitoes.
What? Hmm. 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 Hmm.
It's infinite
Ah,
possibilities.
I've got to move. I've got to move.
Yes, it
I
is.
elect to move to place my piece on the next to hers or between hers and the white dice.
There is no space there.
or above them, or it could be either side actually, because it's symmetrical. Yes, it could be yeah, so that
Which, let's get this straight. Do you want it on the side where you already have your piece, or do you want it on the side where Don's pieces are?
where Don's pieces are, I want it between yes, that's adjacent to the dice and to her piece, either side. Yes.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can
It
you?
it could be 8 or it could be 1, right? Yeah.
Oh, 1 is already occupied. So is that what you wanted?
Or it could be 2. Yes. So 8 is fine.
Okay, Dawn.
I will choose I will choose space number 2 on my side.
Pyro.
Oh, I will place. Oh, I will place mine between the dice and my piece. Let's see. We're
Well,
there.
which side?
The top side. Oh no. Maybe the one above it.
I'm lost. Let's try
Yes,
again.
right there. That's what
1,
I'm talking about.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I'll
8,
do
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'll do 2.
Okay, Dawn.
I want to do number 4 on my side. Yes.
Pyro.
I will place mine. Let's see, 1, 2, 8 on the left side. What a brilliant move!
Even if you say so yourself.
I will choose number 6 on my side.
6. Pyro.
I will place I will place my orange piece to replace the dice.
Wait, how come I didn't get to do that?
You did, but you didn't decide to.
Oh, I could have.
Yes.
Oh, darn. I thought you could only do it if you were crossing the side, both sides. If you had
No, anywhere.
poop.
That's why we handicap first time players, because little things like little things.
She was not aware that we have to start the game over.
Oh no, we cannot.
You did not.
Your move, Dawn.
You did not
Okay.
train her properly.
Okay, I will. Let's see. Poop. I guess I'll stick to my side. I'll go with number 3 on my side.
Oh, brilliant move.
Your move, Hyro.
What shall Okay, do. I've got an idea. I will do the blitzkrieg. I will place mine in, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Number 5. Is that space available?
Dawn,
Oh, no. No, there's a,
Okay, I will choose. Let's see.
oh, that,
I will do
Wait
the
a
last
minute.
one on my side.
oh, wait, I disagree to where I think that side.
too late, too late.
You
I
disagree
meant
with
on
yourself.
the right side.
That
With her, she
when
had a
when
piece
the
already.
when the book of history
I
is written,
disqualify her.
the pen moves on.
Oh,
Now it's your move again, Hyro.
oh. Let's see. I elect to place my next move shall be. I will place it on. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Number 3. Could've
Okay,
been
John.
either side.
Okay, I will go in the middle up there. Number 6, is it? Yeah. No, the other one. Sorry. One. Yes. Yes. Sorry about that, Joel.
That's okay.
Oh, brilliant. I think.
Now it's your move, Hyro. Your last move.
Oh, I will place my last move.
Oh, sorry. Did I use the wrong color for you, Dawn? I
Oh,
did.
no.
No, that's me.
Oh, you're red. Okay. Sorry, Hyro. It's your move.
Oh no, did we lose him?
I think we froze him.
Maybe his batteries was dying or something.
Not sure. Well, he's
Ooh.
abandoned the game. You win by default.
This was getting good.
So the end of the second game. Well, actually, we should probably finish for him.
Yes, where would you move in this situation?
I don't think it matters very much, but
Ooh, I'm the host.
he's whoop. I'm dropping everything. Hold on. Okay. They're all rolling off the table here.
You're a little crooked, Joel.
And then you have no choice, Dawn. You would have the last spot.
And then you have to take one of mine away. Which one would you take? You're gonna hurt me.
Well, I'm going to try, but maybe it's not necessary because even, oh gosh, everything's falling off the table here. Every time I touch it, all the marbles are rolling all over the place. That's why I like the magnetic marbles better. They don't fall or they don't
Yeah.
roll around as much. So what I would say is let's see what the score is now, even before we take anything off. So
Okay.
you're red this time. So you have 3, 3, and 3. You have 9 points that way.
Wait, what about 3 going up the line?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I missed that. You got to watch it because sometimes they're hard to see, especially for old timers like me. They don't always see all the shapes well.
Ah,
So that's 3 and 3 is 6. A diagonal is 9 and another 3 is 12. Then you have a square of 2, another square of 2, 14, 16, and one more point is 17. And Hyro has 3, 3, 3, and 3. So he's got the same 4 3s, but then he has 2 is 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. So he has one more point than you even before removing your piece.
Right.
Jairo wins the second inning.
Wow.
Nice. You won. You wasn't even here and you won, Hyro.
But there's something unique about
Absent-mindedly wins.
there's something unique about winning in this particular way, which is one of the funny rules that doesn't apply all the time, but it does apply. Because Jairo won the very first 2 innings consecutively, he gets 1 extra game point. So instead of having 2, he has 3.
That's
Okay.
not fair.
Well, that's the way the rules work. So Jairo has 3, and now we move into the 3rd inning. And the 3rd inning in either American or Canadian rules is worth triple points. So this is a 3-point inning. It's kind of like the finals in a basketball or football game. It's, the rest was regular seasonal play. So here we would normally decide this when we start the game, whether we're going to play American or Canadian short rules. In Canadian rules, it would be a 3-inning game. In American rules, it would be a 4-inning game. The difference between the American Football League and the Canadian Football League, or something like that. So once again, we change the order of play, and this time Don goes second and Jairo goes first. And this is the deciding game in a Canadian game. And if Jairo wins it, we don't even have to play an American game because there aren't enough points left for Don to catch up. But this could be a tie game.
If I pay attention and think clearly.
Maybe. Some of it's luck, some of it's experience, but clearly the things you weren't aware of are typical of people who play for the first time. You haven't asked any unusual questions, and if I were a better teacher, I would have been able to explain that to you, but it's a lot to kind of keep in your head at the beginning, so I find it easier. Play a round or 2 and then you've got the hang of it. And
I like it that way too, and I don't mind not winning. It's a game.
Okay, Jairo, it's your move. It's your move. Anywhere.
We'll place. What colors do I get? Red?
You're red this time.
So
You're
I
the
get
first player.
one more than the orange.
Correct.
Going to win again.
Well, we'll see.
I
We'll
will
see.
place.
The advantage is to the second to play in a 2-player game.
Oh no, I'm losing already.
Right. You might.
I'm going to place my red piece on position number 1. Either side, it's symmetrical.
Yeah, don't get on my side, Jairo. Get out of here. Okay, I want to go on my side in the number 1.
Oh, brilliant move. Oh, she
He's stumped.
I will place my second red one on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on slot number 5 on the left side. Yes, precisely correct.
I'm gonna block him in the center. I want the center. It's not fair. I didn't get the center. Okay, so I guess I'll come into your house Pyro, and go on your number 6. It's the final countdown.
I will place my third one on position number 8.
On which side?
The more populated side. Yes.
I
Brilliant move.
want to
Yes.
go on number 4 on Hyro's side.
Oh. 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 Ah.
Oh. Ah.
Mm. I will place another one. Let's see. Oh, yes, that's a brilliant move. I will place my fourth one on number 8. Precisely.
And I want number 2 on Hyro's side.
Oh, no. Let's see. What will I do now? I will place my red one, my 5th red one on number 3. Brilliant move.
I will go on the last spot on Hyro's side.
Oh no. What do you think? Goose? No. Swan? What do you think?
Geeses.
Tell me.
I want a goose that lays golden eggs.
Quack,
Oh,
quack, quack.
see something. What if I go and place my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, my 6th one on position number 2? What do you think? Okay.
I want number 5.
Oh, brilliant. I will take the white die.
I will
Oh,
take
that sound means that I win automatically. No?
that was my phone buzzing, I think.
No.
I will take let's see. I want number 3. Wait, 4, I mean, excuse me.
Oh. Oh, brilliant. I will take, let's see, number 3.
I
Ah,
want number 6.
ooh.
And I changed the center because I get to move one. I want the center. Get out of here, Hyro.
Ah.
So Hyro has no points.
What? How can that be?
I
Well,
used the power of my last play.
yes, exactly. And
That
Dawn,
eliminated all my points.
And Dawn
That's
has
blasphemy.
2 points for a square. And because this is the third inning, she gets triple points.
No.
So the game is tied, and we either go into
Those rules are unfair. They are made to make the loser win.
and they that come last shall
This
go
com-
first.
This is
Yes.
communism.
Yeah,
No.
communism. Ah,
We either leave it as a tie for the state of Florida under Canadian rules, or we do it for both Canadian and American rules and go into a fourth inning of overtime, which is worth 3 points.
Let's try the Chinese rules.
he didn't mention any Chinese rules.
Hiro is making them up on the fly.
Hmm. Okay, so if we go in again, I will be number first. I will be number 1 to go. So,
Yeah.
but I don't know, Hiro. Are you ready for this beat down?
All right.
This is too competitive, maybe. Maybe we better stop here before somebody gets hurt.
Maybe we should be more cooperative.
I think the goose might get hurt. We better stop now.
Maybe we should play more cooperatively this round.
Okay, how do we play cooperatively, Hiro?
Maybe you can tell me what your strategy is before you play.
I'm the new one. Okay, let's see. I vote no. I'm not going to do that. So I want to see what it's like to walk on Hiro's world. So I'm going to go in the center, number 1, on Hiro's side.
Which one are you calling Hiro side, right or left?
Side, left. For me, it's left, yeah.
Okay, Hiro, this is it. This is for the championship of the state of Florida, and you're representing your gender.
He's
Okay.
representing the gooses.
I will place mine on the opposite side.
Pretty
So-
typical
symmetrical.
moves. Nobody's being very creative here. Let's do something different.
I want to go in space 5 on my side. No, that's not my side. I'm on the other side now.
Oh, okay.
No. Oh. What will I do?
You know you have to win because those geese will kick your butt if you lose. They're gonna bite you, chase you out the park.
I'm gonna place mine on number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Number 8 on the left side. The other side. Brilliant
Okay.
move.
I want to choose the center. Yeah, I finally did it.
Oh, she sunk my battleship. No.
I only wanted to do that. Game over. No. That's the best part, stealing the center.
Now I will place. I will place. On number 2. No, number No. Number. Ah. Arg. I will place one on number. No. Number. Aha. Number 1, 2. Number. Wait a minute. 1. No. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Number 6 on the left side. Brilliant move.
I want number, let's see, I want number 4 on my side.
Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh. Ooh. She created a triangle. And I have not created nothing. Oh, I can create a triangle too.
You just want to be near to me. You just want to be next to me. Get out of here, Hyro.
I will create a triangle too. I will create a triangle.
Okay,
I
let
will
him
put
create
a
it.
triangle there. Yes. Yeah,
I
I
want-
win. I'm winning. I'm winning. One triangle.
I want number 3 on my side. Yes.
Ooh, she's got 2 triangles there at least. No, 3. That forms 3 triangles right there. She's killing me. I will place another one on number 2 on the left side to block any further triangles. No, the other side. Yes, that blocks
Uh,
any further triangles from occurring, I
I
suppose.
want number 2 on the other side, of course.
Oh no! I will form. Mm, I will place mine on number 3 to block.
I want number 7.
Oh no, she blocked me from creating a row of 3s. A diagonal row, kind of. Or is that up and down? A vertical row? And, oh, but she could create another 3. So I will block it by placing my orange on number 8. Brilliant move.
I want number 4.
Ooh. She kept me from getting 3. She's so mean. She's not being cooperative.
I don't even know what that word means.
She should play bad when I'm losing.
Your move, Hyro.
Cooperative, more socialist.
Who will take the socialist championship of Vinci in 2-player?
Oh, I can create a triangle. I will place it at number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. I have created a triangle. I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm winning. Something.
Okay. So now
Oh no, it's over. It's over. Oh no, I'm going to lose.
it's up to you, Hyro. Which
Oh.
one of Dawn's pieces do you want to remove?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 4 on the. No, number 5. Let's 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 on the left side. Ah! Brilliant move,
Brilliant. Brilliant.
wasn't it?
Brilliant. But I don't think it's brilliant enough to win.
Oh no!
I don't think so. Dawn has 3 in a row this way, which gives her 3 points.
Yay!
And you have
1 point.
And
2 points. 2
It's
points.
the
So
final.
Dawn wins in 2-player cooperative competitive play for the state of Florida. A first timer on the field, and she has beaten the champion
With no handicap.
with no handicap. Yeah,
What
we
does she
almost
win?
forgot to mention that, but since we are playing cooperatively, we thought we would ignore that.
What does she win? Can you present her with the trophy?
Yes, you just have to send her your Bitcoin key. And
As
she will,
Rami has informed us, Hyro bet all of his 0 Bitcoins.
well, that was very good, guys. You've done very well. And Dawn, for a first-time player without a handicap, you beat the Colombian Floridian champion.
Wow.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. Oh, I have to
I feel like a sumo wrestler.
Yeah.
drawing board. I have to work on my game. Maybe I need to do some push-ups.
You have to do some mental push-ups,
Yeah.
some ontological push-ups.
Yes.
Oh,
That was fun. I'm so happy I finally got to play it and see how it works. It was great playing with you, Hyro. You were fun.
wow. And we could relive it on YouTube Live.
Yeah, and I went on video live this
Put
time.
it on slow motion and see how.
Hyra, with the length of time you take between moves, I don't think you have to go on slow motion.
But you can see
You were a great teacher,
subtlety.
Joel.
the
Except for
skill.
the rules that I forgot to tell you.
That's okay. It all worked out. I even
Yeah.
won, yeah.
Yeah, very good.
The propaganda, the distractions you can see in slow motion.
The propaganda. Wow.
There's just a couple of funny rules that we never touched upon since you've learned the game so well. I normally wouldn't bother sharing these with people, but
Oh, secret rules.
since you're such expert players, there's
Wow.
some special situations that occur in a 2-player game. They happen very rarely, but they're worth knowing about in case you run into them, in another 2-player game. So this configuration is sometimes called on the square or the Masonic game. So if in a 2-player game, you happen to end up with your pieces in this specific shape, and I've been playing this for many years, only saw it happen once or maybe twice. You count this in a different way because all the pieces are contiguous, they're connected. So you have 3 points for each of the lines, which is 12. Then you have 1, 2, 3, 4 triangles inside the large square, which is 16. But because all 8 pieces are also contiguous and form another square, you get an additional 2 game points, not 2 game points, 2 inning points. So this would score 18. But it very rarely happens that either player would end up with this shape, and only one of you could end up with that shape anyway.
That's right. Because
So,
it would only work if one or both people just decided to put their pieces on their side and we're not blocking.
pretty much that's about the only way it happens. So it happens very rarely. And some people like to have more element of chance in the game.
Uh-huh.
So as I was mentioning to you, some people award points for the roll of the dice. So for instance, we rolled an 18 when we first rolled the dice.
Mhm.
On one version of the game, you would get 1 game point if you happen to roll 18. So whether you win the choice or not, you could actually start the game with 1 game point. And if you roll a 36, you get 2 game points. So
Oh.
even before you start to play, you might have a marked advantage just by chance. Some people like it that way. Other people prefer pure skill, or pure strategy, and they don't play it that way. But just to let you know, to roll a 36 happens about once in every 50,000 games.
Wow.
So I've never been present when a 36 was rolled, but it is mathematically possible.
So what if I wanted to buy one of these? Do you have game boards that you sell, or is it only the printed format that you provide?
No, I have a few prototypes, like wooden boards
Uh-huh.
made up, but they have a different name on them. I have a small supply of those, but I'm not really looking to sell them. I'm looking to see if we can get a game manufacturer to license it and donate the proceeds to the Smile Foundation.
Oh.
So we'll see if we can get 200,000 facial surgeries. If I can get Mattel or somebody to agree to contribute enough to do the surgeries in the developing world, maybe over the next 100 years or so, then that would be good enough for me, and they can have all the copyrights they want.
Well, next weekend, I'm planning to go to Orlando and meet Pyro and maybe
Oh.
Rami and his family in person. So
Nice.
I want to take this game, but and also I'm going to see my sister on that Saturday after we have the Wake Up and Think Clearly. And I want to introduce this game, but I'm new, so I need more practice.
Yeah. Well, it's good. It's a completely different game with 3 players. So it's the same. The basic 2-player rules apply, but you'll find that the order of play and the advantage is quite different with 3 players, and again different with 4 players. And you can sometimes find 5 people playing, and that's a really difficult game. It often ends with no one winning. So
Right.
it's an interesting game for sure if you have the right combination of personalities, but it's very difficult to win or to get a decisive. But 2, 3, or 4 players works beautifully.
Yeah, I want to play with 2 people with my sister. We're both competitive.
Okay.
So I think it'll be fun. I think I can just recreate this with paper, and I can go to the dollar store, the Dollar Tree, and I can buy the little round little flat pieces, the different
Yeah,
colors.
you can use beer caps, you can use anything. As long as you have 9 of one that are clearly distinct and 8 of another, you're on
Yeah.
your way. And if you're playing with 3 players, all you need is 5 of a third.
Okay. And then the dice.
And dice, yeah, the dice you can use, or you can use a random number generator, but the dice works better because people like to have something to do with their hands. And also it's a convenient way. You don't need a pencil or pen if you're on the beach or someplace. You just turn the die over and you know who's got what score, as long as you can keep your. Plus, it exercises. You're playing with people like myself who are a little cognitively impaired. You can tell whether they've got. Can they remember their color is green or their color is red, and you start to see grandma or grandpa can't really remember even what their color was. So you get an indication of what their short-term memory might be working.
Awesome.
Well, thank you for trying, guys.
Yes, thank you. This was it's different meeting from before, and I love it. And it looks like Cairo's laying in the shade.
He's gonna be sawing logs in a minute.
Yes, he will. His glasses are cracking me up.
Pecked by a goose.
Oh, he said he'd come back to get you because you lost.
Yeah.
Hey, there's two Joels. Oh. All right. Well, I'm going to get off of here now that I had this exciting game. Finally, I
And,
can't wait
and
to
you're
do
the
it again.
Florida champion, Dawn.
Yes, I am.
Wow.
Don't forget that. And not
I-
only that, but you've beat the male champion.
Yeah.
So you're the champion for the state of Florida. You're the champion for your gender.
Yes.
But it was a
Power to the
cooperative
people.
game. It was a cooperative game, though.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Have a great day, everyone.
All right. Bye, guys.
Thank
Have a good
you.
weekend.
Joe, thank you, Don.
Thanks.
Thank you, Rami. Is he still here? He's gone. Oh, he wasn't here anyway. Woo. Oh, yeah. So that was the game of Vinci, where let's see, 2 to 5 can play, and 2 played, and I think we played what, 3 or 4 rounds, and she won. And now I've lost my crown. I didn't know I had a crown.
Hydro, which park are you at this morning?
Oh, Rami's still here.
Yes, I've had to pop in and out. First, I had to do a virtual tour of a home up in Pinetta near the Florida-Georgia border. Turns out we don't qualify for that because we're going with an FHA loan, and that 87 double wide with the front and back porch was, I thought, quite nice, but it's on blocks, and to qualify for an FHA, it must be on a foundation, which I actually prefer. If it's going to be a manufactured home, that be on a foundation. So I agree with that regulation. And later today, we're going to check out a different one in a place called Sirmons, which is spelled interestingly, Sirmons. It was a township from the 19th century, also in Madison County, Florida. It was built in 1945, so it's questionable whether or not the loan will qualify there, but maybe it will. If we have enough money to, it's supposed to be move-in ready, but just beyond our reach, we'll see. And by the way, you heard Coke and milk before. This is a Coke that I just poured into this little glass, and there's a milk topper.
Wow. You're pursuing, or you're researching, or you're looking into obtaining a new home.
Well, my wife is. It's one of her dreams.
Oh,
Yeah. Happy wife, happy life, as the adage goes.
and the home will be for you guys to move into and sell this one, or is this one rented?
This one is rented.
Oh, so would you be moving into it? I guess so. You wouldn't want to keep this rented.
Well, I mean, ideally before the lease renews. The rent price of this place is actually pretty good. But we moved in here June 30th, 2013. It's now
Wow.
2023. And we moved here with the intention of it'll enable us to take that next step to buy a home. Well, instead, a week after we found out we were going to have Ezekiel, and he's now 9. And if we don't make that step, when will we? So that's the research. It either will or will not happen. It's just a matter of time.
Wow.
Be right back. I have to go take some ramen noodles off the stove.
Wow. Mm. I'm sleepy. Oh, but it feels good to lay on the grass. The grass is a little wet. It might stain my pretty shirt. Might not. It's just grass. What kind of grass? It's cut short. I wouldn't say it's Bermuda grass. Oh.
I didn't catch the question to my answer, or maybe you said it and I simply didn't hear it. Which park are you at today?
Park?
Oh, there we go. I know. You did make it to Eola after all. Nice.
Yeah. All these swans.
There are multiple, I don't know if you call them breeds, perhaps, of swans. There's a whole set of web pages dedicated to the swans.
Oh, so there was a one of when I was crossing that bridge over there. There was one of them was that looked different. Maybe I don't know if
Too
it was
much?
a swan or a goose that was attacking me. I guess
Yeah.
you can check when you review the video. You can see where I asked the goose or swan some philosophical questions, and it started attacking me.
Yeah, well, I think when it comes to animals, territory is the most important aspect.
Or maybe it wanted food and I wouldn't give him food, so he started kind of
Aggressively wanting the
biting.
food.
Biting my leg but not hard, just biting motions.
Animal behavioralists, only to be taught by animal psychotherapists.
Wow. Animal psychotherapy. Do animals have a sense of time?
Sure. It's probably baked into them just as it is to a certain degree into us. But I don't think they concern themselves with clocks.
I guess they have a sense of when the seasons change. They know what they got to do, I guess. So maybe feel it.
To the extent possible, I've tried to live a life that operates in accordance with my own nature, which is variable throughout the year. And I've learned to see and accept the seasons that I operate through. It's not according to industrial manufacturing, but everything there's a season, as stated in Ecclesiastes.
How did the week come about? I can understand more or less how a month comes about, and it's related to the moon, and
One form of a month, yes.
and but a week being 7 days, where would that arise naturally? So the different cultures would come up with 7 days, or are there
Right.
some cultures that come up with 6 or 5 days?
Yeah, I've played with, I even invented a calendar once.
Wow.
Yep. It's a good exercise. One basic thing about a 7-day week is that you get 52 of them, in a year, which is not precise because if you multiply 7 times 52, what do you get? 7 star 52. Enter. You get 364 days. So one short. That's close, isn't it? That could be your free day. That's the day you'll celebrate Easter or whenever your I guess high point is, but it's your bonus day. 7 times 52 is 364. So, and if you add 5 and 2, you get 7. Not a bad start. Could be that we just developed it and then decided, wow, that's perfect. And maybe that's how we got the idea that 7 is a perfect number. With regard to how to interrelate the moon cycles to the Earth's orbit around the sun, so the seasons, so that the months don't go out of sync with the seasons, so that you can have a consistent set of this set of months is in spring, this set of months is in fall, sort of situation. And that doesn't interfere with your agricultural, when to plant and when to harvest.
All done with seasons.
All done with seasons? Okay. Tell me about it.
Bye-bye seasons.
Bye-bye seasons. Do we just
Hi,
want,
Johnny.
hi son, do we want one season? Should we live in Florida and have one season? All done with one season? How about we have a season and then something that isn't that season, which is basically Florida weather, right? We have hot and then that really beautiful time of the year from all done with weather altogether. HVAC existence. We just live indoors and enjoy a constant temp that's comfortable to us. We are the being or the creature that makes technology. That is our nature. So we can make things as steady as we want them to be. Yeah. Okay, you're still there. So I put this in. It's a Jamaican style patty, beef patty, and I kept on hearing during the conversation and between the virtual tour of the home by the Florida-Georgia border and the watching you and Don play Vinci.
No more
I
home.
forgot that I had put this in, and I thought, did my son put popcorn in the microwave or something? No more home? No more talk about homes, because that disturbs you, because it would mean change, and you have a hard time transitioning, don't you?
No more home.
No more home. We won't talk about that anymore. least not during this Zoom session or within his earshot. Hmm. Right. I was thinking if just to give a little bit of background, his school ended I think April 24 or maybe 28th, whatever Monday was, last Monday in April. And he attended there since the before time, as one person put it. He was there before the pandemic started. And he was probably the longest lasting client.
I'm doing school.
You are all done with school because the school is all done. You just go back and relax. It's Saturday. You don't have a single care in the world, okay? All done with relax. Oh, son. Anyway, the only reason why I brought up the behavioral clinic, which has got to be a horrible way to exist. I mean, when you think about it, but it was unnecessary horrible because his behavior was just so wild and uncontrollable. And now he's trained not to just do things. Well, he's still in process actually, but he has permission before doing things that are potentially really dangerous, like operate the stove, for instance. Because you wouldn't want a child to do that at home alone. Not that we've ever left him alone. We haven't. But the reason why I bring up that space is they have these tiny offices and be one-on-one work for 5 or 6 hours a day. And well, it would be broken up into group time, circle time, sharing space and sharing toys and learning how to interoperate with all those social interactions. But the idea of being in a windowless room where you just had to work because there was no other distractions on whatever the task at hand was, learning to trust, learning to be, use nice hands, using could be a lot of just sit down and reading books in English and in Spanish. So you can read both languages apparently equally well. And I thought, that kind of environment where there's no windows and it's always more or less the same temperature all the time, it's not too far off from the kind of environments that may be like the ferry ships that we might have one day, perhaps before the century is out, between here and the planet Mars.
Oui. What happened?
You might have fallen asleep.
Yeah.
I've got to go add some noodles. I'll be right back.
Mm.
We have a topic of the day.
Did we have a topic?
Mm-hmm.
Impermanence?
Impermanence, yes. I think we did a good example of that. In that we we didn't stay too much on any one thing. Did our regular this, that, and the next.
And uh, I wonder if another topic could be cryptocurrencies. Then maybe we would have to do homework. Maybe you know something about cryptocurrency.
I know very few things about cryptocurrencies, but I think that they are important to understand.
Mm.
I'm not saying these are all the forms of them, but they tend to break into proof of stake and proof of work. Each has their advantages and disadvantages. Bitcoin, for instance, is a proof of work currency, and it is extremely costly in terms of the energy necessary in order to discover the hash that represents all the transactions that have occurred globally within a 10-minute block of time. It's costly because you have competing sets of equipment, plural, all trying to find the hash first. This is the miner function in a proof of work blockchain network, because the one that does it and then others will come in and confirm it, the one who gets there first is awarded X amount of Bitcoin, and that's why miners participate. They're the real winners in the Bitcoin production space. The second set of winners are the folks who run the exchanges, because they get to run a fee, and as long as money is being traded, like from one currency into Bitcoin or out of Bitcoin into another currency, then they have a steady income. So they're the next set of winners. Then there are the people who utilize it as a store of value. They're the third set of winners. Okay, then stand. Then all that was it. Nice son. Proof of stake doesn't require as much energy, but again, it comes down to how the rules are set and who the players are. The key driver behind these things is blockchain, and blockchain is basically a distributed read-only database that gets written to by in the case of a proof of work, the miner set or whatever function, I guess, validates and rewards the miner set. That to me is still hazy. But key to it all is that ledger system idea. What makes Bitcoin supposedly value is its limited value. There'll only be 21 million Bitcoins produced. And it's estimated that sometime around 2149, the final Bitcoin will have been minted. You're gonna do? We don't have a school.
They're blabbering too.
Planning enough recompenses. Hi, son.
What? How does one create value through something like Bitcoin? The word crypto suggests that it cannot be unlocked. It's secure, it's a code, and what does the word hash mean? Is that like something like a password, like a key to opening it or something like that?
Yes, a hash is the result of an algorithm. So, for instance, MD5 sum is a common utility you'll find
Mhm.
that will give you a unique alphanumeric string, which is the product of running a binary through an algorithm. So maybe you've seen on FTP sites these MD5 sum or MD5 and it's just a string of alphanumeric symbols. That's the product of running a binary that you're downloading, and then you can check it against the MD5 hash. It'll tell you if it is the same binary that the original distributor of the binary had produced and isn't a modified version thereof. Let me go let the dog either in or out of the house. The key to this distributed ledger database, this blockchain, is its immutability, or the read-only feature of it. Also, when I say immutable, it's not, that doesn't mean, I mean, of course, it's continually being written to every 10 minutes. It expands by the size of the hash, which represents all the transactions since its creation plus the last 10 minutes, or whatever that is. It's quite massive in size, probably maybe even in the terabyte size at this point, or the entire one. When I start looking into it, it's still merely measured in gigabytes in size because it's a record of all the transactions. And the idea, because it's always growing and it's always being checked against the prior, it becomes near impossible to be able to falsify the transaction record, which is where the value is primarily generated, because you have to understand money. This reaches all the way back to the Sumerians and the clay tablets, where the clay tablets represented how many cattle you would have. So in the city, like or in the Hall of Records, it would be proved that this person knows this many cattle to this person, and that was that tablet. And it was a record that was set in clay, and it told you what's what, who owns what. The value is in the ability to stand as a record of who owns what. So money, of course, is a medium of exchange, but there are several distinct aspects of money. And I'm not going to pretend to be able to remember them all. Another aspect is it can be a store of value. Now, last week or 2 weeks ago, I forget when, we discussed the case of hyperinflation, how someone's life savings was obliterated while she was convalescing from a rather nasty broken leg. So that when she got back into her country, her wealth was reduced to something so low that the bank had to close her account to give her the smallest denomination of banknote available that was in circulation at the time, to recompense her for, what she had before she left, before she was financially wiped out by the hyperinflation. So this is why when inflation starts heating up, such as we've had, let's say in the last 10 years, we've had an average of, over the course of the last decade, a 30% inflation and growth, which means if the US dollar was a perfect store of value in terms of the goods and services, the commodities it could purchase for you, had you done nothing and that dollar was a perfect store of inflation or a perfect store of value, then your dollar from 10 years ago would be worth $1.30. However, it's not a perfect store of value. In fact, it works in the opposite direction. You now need $1.30 to buy the same amount of goods and or services. Right. So this is why for a long time savings accounts haven't made sense, and treasuries barely did, and for several times they weren't. Bonds weren't, because you weren't even matching inflation in many cases. And if you're not matching inflation, then you're losing money. And some people will turn to precious metals to act as their store of value. They'll go to gold, silver, platinum. Others will, use more traditional, like maybe they'll invest in futures if they have a good feel for the pulse of a particular product, or something that can be converted into a product, like a forest can be viewed as a available stand of trees instead of a forest as an ecosystem that plants and animals live within and that people enjoy. You can also view that forest as a potential stand of lumber to build houses with, or other type structures, or to heat them with. There's all sorts of ways to view nature. So sometimes you want to be able to be liquid with your money, and other times you want your money to be, it's more important that it act as a store of value. Now, up until 1971, when Nixon took us off the gold standard, you were supposedly be able to trade your dollars for gold direct. It was difficult to do, but in 1962 or 63, I think it was 63, John F. Kennedy passed an executive order to set up a run of United States notes. They were the ones with a red treasury seal instead of a green treasury seal, and they were known as silver certificates. No, silver certificates were from the 1930s. Well, the red ones were just a reintroduction, according by executive order, to bring about United States notes as opposed to Federal Reserve notes. And they were, both legal tender in the same way, except that the United States notes were coming out of the coinage clause of the United States Constitution. That's Article 1, Section 8, versus the borrowing clause of Congress, which is also in Article 1, Section 8. One is subsection 2 and one is subsection 5. I forget which is which. But most of our money exists out of the borrowing clause, as opposed to just by fiat, a government declaring, which it has. All governments have the right to declare that this is money and this is how much it is. Of course,
Dog.
all people who trade have a right to either accept or reject, or even trade at less than face value any currency.
Hubby, let the Yoji in,
Okay.
which means more to me than half of them. Swear to God. Run your mouth like a sieve.
All right.
Money is interesting because, of course, we have the famous line that, with regard to all the evils that come out of the love of money, many have fallen away because they had to pursue that. Then I suppose the fulfillment of the Lord's Prayer, which is to say, also goes along with the idea of seeking first the kingdom of heaven. Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and all these things shall be added unto you. I love that. I love that verse because it means you don't have to necessarily give up all those things. And God, if experience teaches the believer anything, it's that God always provides for your needs. And there's great assurance there and a great relief to a good many fears. The key is the seeking the kingdom of heaven, because is anything else worth living? And the world is like a second-rate motel. And then the Lord's Prayer, on earth as it is in heaven. On earth as it is in heaven. So in other words, there's heaven, and people have received various visions of being in heaven. There who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our times where we failed, as we forgive those times where we have failed. As we forgive others for those times that they failed us. Lead us not into temptation, which is to say all the things that would fall short of your glory. Deliver us from evil. That's the prayer. Protestants add, for that is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Which was probably a result of the church and the state commingling and thus becoming corrupted by the state. Because the state doesn't have to serve the church. It has to maintain itself, which means maintain the interests of the people who work on behalf of the state, while also serving all the people for a given territory, assuming you're not a state partially composed of slaves. But even then, you still have to contend with slaves' rights to some extent or degree, and we already had that battle here in this country. But it's not one that's necessarily ever over, because there's always going to be people who are trying to enslave others. And why? Because it's probably simply advantageous to them. And when you're willing to do that, you're willing to blind yourself to the consequences of what you're doing. Well, it's now Saturday, May 13th, 11:05 a.m. We've been on this call since 7-ish. Yeah, 4 hours is enough. Thankfully, Jairo's found himself some shade. I'll be logging off now. Next time, thank you, everyone.